All right. Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm pleased that Councilman Thomas is here to join me. Councilman Thomas, I just wanted to recognize a young student. Councilman Thomas, I just wanted to recognize a young student who participated in the Youth NOLA internship program this summer with us, and she was a pleasant person to be around, and I want to thank her for her commitment to not only our office, but she's a great student. She's a student at 35, the Ron Eagles, at Ron Eagles Way. But I just wanted to present you with a proclamation and just, thank you for being a participant, and also to help you recognize that we want you here in New Orleans to do well. We want you to be a part of our future here in the city, and we want you to come back. And if you go away to college or something like that, we want you to come back because you're important to us. So I have a proclamation that just reads, whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food, festivals, famous citizens, and foreign visitors, and whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities and persons such as yourself, be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the New Orleans City Council and I and my office recognize Carrietta Youngblood. Thanks for joining the District D staff as our intern this summer. We wish you all the best as you continue your educational journey, and we know that you will do great works. And it's signed by all 7 members of the council. Just want to thank you for joining us this summer and wish you the best, not only this year, but in the future. Councilman?
No, congratulations, Ms. Youngblood, and thank you for your service. I mean, one of the great opportunities that I've always enjoyed is working with summer interns, especially so they can see how kind of ground level politics and service works, and thank you for being willing to do that. And we wish you the very best in your academic career, your personal and spiritual career, and your professional career. Keep growing.
I'm not going to put you on the spot. I know that you're a low-key person, but you want to say something? Go ahead.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a picture with you. Make it go up.
I have the stamps and everything, but you just, and the envelopes, you just sign these for you.
Yeah, I think in the,
But I gotta go.
Madam Clerk, let's get started.
Roll call. Council President Morrell,
Here.
Vice President Moreno, Councilmember Jeruso,
Here.
Councilmember Harris, Councilmember King, Councilmember Green, Councilmember Thomas. We have 5 members, we have a quorum.
First up, we have the invocation by Pastor Boutin.
May we all bow our heads for a moment of prayer. Father, how we honor you, how we adore you, how we thank you for your presence that is with us on today. God, we pray that as we go forth with this meeting, that you would bless our council, that you would continue to crown them with wisdom and with knowledge that only you can give. God, we pray that as the meeting goes forth, that everything today be done in decency, be done in order, and be done in your name. We ask these blessings today. Amen.
Pledge of allegiance will be done by Joseph Ignatius Jeruso.
Consent agenda. We have item 1, we have a communication from Aaron Spears. This may be received. Item 2, communication from Tyra Johnson Brown. This may be received and referred to the Quality of Life Committee. We have a communication from Leslie E. St. Julian, 10799 Demo 2606 through 2608 First Street, Council District B. This may be received. Hearing date 8/7/25. We have a communication from Matt Torrey. This may be received and referred to the Public Works Committee. We have a communication of Matt Torrey. This may be received and referred to the Public Works Committee. We have a communication of Matt Torrey. This may be received and referred to the Public Works Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from T. Sims for favorite 1517 Cromwell Place. This may be received. Hearing date set for 8/7/25. We have a communication from Michael Moore, 4854 Camp Street. This may be received. Hearing date 8/7/25. We have a communication from William T. Samron. This may be received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Curtis Lawrence. This may be received. 2330 through 32 Royal Street and 630-32 Mandeville Street. Hearing date set for 8/7/25. We have a communication from Tyra Johnson Brown. This may be received. We have a report of Cassandra B. Robert. This may be received. We have a report of Bianca Brown. This may be received. We have a report of Elizabeth Presdo. This may be received. We have a report of Roman Samuels. This may be received and referred to the Budget Audit and Board of Review Committee. Hearing date 7/24/25. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 8/7/25. We have a report of Anita Curran, 25-10949 Demo 2025 through 2027, 6th Street, Council District B. This may be received. We have a report of Caitlin Tamrick. This may be received. We have a report of Eleanor Burke. This may be received. We have a report of Caitlin Tamrick. This may be received. We have a report of Carmen Robertson. This may be received. We have a report of Aaron Burns. This may be received. We have ordinance calendar 35,149 by Councilmember Morrell, zoning docket 2225. We have ordinance calendar 35,150 by Councilmember Morrell, zoning docket 2325. We have ordinance calendar 35,151 by Councilmember Green, zoning docket 2525. We have ordinance calendar 35,160 by Councilmember Morrell, Governmental Affairs Committee, recommended approval. We have motion M25-394 by Councilmembers Harris, King, and Green by request, Quality of Life Committee, recommended approval. We have motion M25-359 by Councilmembers Green, King, and Harris by request, Quality of Life Committee, recommended approval. We have motion M25-401 by Councilmembers Thomas, Jeruso, Harris, and Green by request, Public Works Committee, recommended approval. We have resolution R25-405 by Councilmembers Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Joint Utility, Cable, Telecommunication, and Technology, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environment Committee, recommended approval. We have Resolution R 25-406 by council members Morel Moreno, Jeruso Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Joint Utility Cable Telecommunications Technology, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environment Committee recommended approval. We have Resolution R 25-407 by council members Morel Moreno, Jeruso Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Joint Utility Cable Telecommunication Technology, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environment Committee recommended approval. We have motion M 25-408 by council members Morel Moreno, Jeruso Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Joint Utility Cable Telecommunications Technology, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environment Committee recommended approval. We have motion M 25-409 by council members Morel Moreno, Jeruso Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Joint Utility Cable Telecommunication Technology, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environment Committee recommended approval. This is all matters on consent.
We actually have two comment cards by Mr. Michael Burnside. Come on up. Yeah, two.
That's very odd because I put in 4. But anyway, my name's Michael Eric Burnside, and I'm here to talk for 2 minutes on a whole bunch of stuff. So let's start with number 8. Number 8's a police pay raise, and it's being passed today in the consent agenda, which is fine. But over in the regular agenda, there are 12 pay raises that are not being passed today. They're being deferred, and there's 5 of those for the police, and we don't know why. The next thing I want to mention very briefly is number 30 refers to an Exhibit A. I went there to look. There's no Exhibit A. I sent some emails to the clerk of court and others saying, could I get a copy? And as of this morning, did not have one. So I didn't read it. With regards to number 35, it talks about Curo, good old Curo. So Curo gets to have an employee analyze data. I would suggest yet again that Curo hire some person with a bucket truck to go out and look at some of the poles that are falling down rather than just analyze data, because it's nice to have a different data source than the person that you are actually overseeing. Sometimes it's nice to go out and see for yourself, as a certain council person who shall remain unnamed did with the homeless. He went out under a bridge and looked at things for his own eyeballs. Sometimes Curo needs that ability. And finally, let's talk about the New Orleans Aviation Board for just a very brief minute. They have a very short runway. The runway they have cannot handle a 747, so I'm not sure why they need a new terminal. They think they're going to expand from 6 million passengers to 9 million passengers, which is a wonderful thing, I suppose. All I can say is I don't know if the hospitality industry in New Orleans is going to absorb another 3 million, but perhaps it will. I will say also that I've tried to examine the financial data that was available. As near as I can tell, we don't have a sales tax bump from the Super Bowl. It looks to me to be the same sales tax and the same taxing that we had last year. The Super Bowl doesn't seem to have harmed us in a direct sense, but it doesn't seem to have helped us either. On the expense side of things, we're paying $70 million more for personnel than we budgeted. And of course, about half that's for police. So I'll shut up because I've only got 4 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I will entertain a motion. Oh, Councilman Druso?
Yeah, Mr. Burnside, 2 things. I'll bookend to your comments. On the civil service motions, the administration has asked us to defer voting on most of those pending their internal study on what's supposed to happen with hires. So I think we've made some exceptions to that. One was Sewage and Water Board, since it doesn't affect their budget. Another one was for safety and permits for an inspector, which seemed pretty needed. We'll probably make another exception today for OIG because they have their own separate budget. But for everything else, we'll be deferring until we get that. And then number 2, to your point about the budget, at Revenue Estimating Conference last Friday, the administration recommended, or the economist, that we change the revenue projection down by $27 million, which we had a lot of questions about, so it was deferred. But then you're also right that the forecast for overtime by police and fire is trending towards 70. So I just say that to you because you got to watch both the revenue and the expense side simultaneously, which as a math person is important to you. All right? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. With that, Councilman Greaves moves to adopt the consent agenda, seconded by Council Druso. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The consent agenda is adopted.
Regular agenda, item 1, City Code Section 2-551, vendor payment account hearing. Finance Department and Procuring Departments presenting on all invoices as of June 30th, reports of outstanding vendor invoices.
Members, the administration says there's no invoices to discuss, that everything has been cleared. We can take that up, but that's the information that we have for right now.
Item 2, legislative grouping, demolition application of Derek Young, transmitting demolition application 25-10949 demo, requiring city council review and approval of the following property located at 2027 6th Street, Council District B. Motion M25-397, Councilmember Harris, approving demolition request for property located at 2025-27 6th Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would grant a demolition request at 2027 6th Street. The area is covered by a National Historic District, not HGLC. And while I try to lean towards preserving these homes, particularly in Central City, we've received concerns from neighbors about the state of the building and worries that it won't make it through hurricane season. Additionally, there are plans for immediate redevelopment, which will avoid the lot sitting vacant and overgrown. I have one comment card from Mr. Burnside.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. With deep regret, Mr. Burnside has to confess to getting somewhat lazy. I have not walked by personally at 2027 6th Street nor talked to the neighbors, so I'm certain that my councilperson knows more than I do. I will, however, speak generally to the idea of knocking down buildings in a city full of vacant lots. If we're going to build new houses, there is a vacant lot, if I understand correctly from looking at Google, physically adjacent to 2027, and I have no idea, of course, what it would cost on the open market. But in the ideal situation, what we're doing is we're removing poor people's housing and replacing it with middle-class people's housing, and it's not surprising, therefore, that we don't have any housing for poor people. And this is more of a function of a market than any specific act we're doing here today. But as we rid the city of poor people's housing, don't be surprised if nobody comes along to fix a house that's already been built and already comes with a 30-year mortgage and already requires a good job to buy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've moved. Maybe. Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. 6 yeas. Thank you.
At the top of page 15, item 3, legislative grouping, HDLC, appeal of Zachary Smith, owner Zach Smith Consulting and Design, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks decision of denial of demolition application for property located at 80 Audubon Boulevard.
Ms. Burke?
Thank you. FEMA survey estimates that the construction of 80 Audubon Boulevard was completed between 1915 and 1925. The raised basement building retains its Mediterranean revival style, massing, and architectural detailing. The proposal seeks to demolish the entirety of the front basement level wall, first floor wall covered by the berm, landscaping, and entrance sequence, and includes the removal of historic wood windows and doors at the main level. The current facade demolition percentage is 40% of the primary facade. The demolition definition was amended in 2021 to discourage interventions such as this application. For the aforementioned reasons, staff recommended denial of the alterations to the facade. At their meeting of June 4th, 2025, the commissioners reviewed the proposal. Following some discussion, commissioners agreed that the removal of the original wood windows and doors and increase in height of the first floor would negatively impact the architectural integrity of the building and the historic streetscape. The commission voted unanimously to deny the application.
Thank you. Mr. Lazel, do you wish to speak, sir? Yeah, come on.
Ron Lazel, 1000 South Norman C. Francis, 70125. We support motion 25402, granting the applicant's request for 80 Audubon. As we know, there are some homes that deal with a lot of flooding in this city over and over, and this is one of those homes that has dealt with this. Because of the flooding, they are raising their home about 1 foot above the base flood elevation. This will alleviate the flooding concerns that have continued over the years. We want to thank you, Councilmember Giarrusso, and also your staff, Claire, for all she's done on this. Amy and Felix will be taking the salvageable materials and donating them to the Habitat for Humanity. So thank you.
Thank you. Members, you can see that I do something which I don't ordinarily do, which is both the grant and the denial, because, what's that, somebody? Because this is one of those matters that isn't very easy. This comes with a complicated backstory, and I know an issue that's sensitive to both HDLC and to this council, which is the homeowner's original contractor sent incomplete plans to HDLC for review. Based on those plans, which may have been purposefully deficient, HDLC submitted a sub-permit, determined the sub-permit was not needed, rather. That presents problems because obviously the correct plans need to go there, and we don't want to reward people for doing something poorly. The question in this issue was whether or not that was done with the homeowner's knowledge. I think what mitigates it in favor of the homeowner is the contractor abandoned this job after taking a lot of the homeowner's money and leaving them without a habitable home. Under the new correct plans, the home is to be raised and the front entrance moved to the basement floor. The basement floor will be modified to include doors and windows. In total, the facade will be demolished by just 40%. Also, the owner will donate the 2010-era windows and doors to Habitat for Humanity, and per usual, this has the support of the neighbors. So with that, Madam Clerk, I'm going to withdraw motion M25403 and grant the applicant's request per M25402 and move so. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Aye. 6 yeas, no nays. I move.
On page 16, we have item 5, legislative grouping, zoning docket 3125, Coffee and Roses LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a neighborhood commercial establishment in the HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District on Square 234, Part Lot A or Lot X and Y in the 7 Municipal District bounded by Hickory Street, Holly Grove Street, Green Street, and Monticello Avenue, municipal address 9004 Hickory Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, subject to 3 provisos. We have motion M25399 by Councilmember Jeruso, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 3125, subject to 3 provisos.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were on number 4. I move for approval of number 5. I was running my mouth with Councilmember Harris, I apologize. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. This is just conditional use for neutral ground coffee. Neighbors strongly support this. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 17, item 6, legislative group in zoning docket 3225, St. Paul Church of God in Christ, requesting a zoning docket from an HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed-Use District to an HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District on Square 340, Lot D-2, on portion of lots D-3, D-4, and D-5. Portion of proposed lot H-3 to be created under subdivision docket 11424 in the 3rd Municipal District bounded by Falstall Street, St. Claude Avenue, North Rampart Street, and Renee Street. Municipal address 1030 Falstall Street and 5020 5030 St. Claude Avenue. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval. We have motion M25410 by Councilmember Thomas, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 3225.
This is the petition site is currently developed with the church, which is to be expanded to include a library and classrooms. The parking lot will also be expanded. The application did not receive any opposition from the community at all, or the NPP process, nor in the meeting with city planning. With that, I will move approval. Seconded by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, item 7, NSTR 6324 has been deferred to the meeting of August 7th. At the top of page 18, item 8, legislative grouping, NSTR Special Exception 6524, David T. Yancey, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 2429 Barone Street on Square 262. The CPC staff recommended denial. Where motion M-25-398 by Councilmember Harris, granting the request of David Yancey for property located on Square 262, Bear Municipal Address 2429 Barone Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the NSTR request at 2429 Barone Street. My office independently reviewed the report and felt as though criteria 2 and 4 can be met despite CPC analysis. The report cites no empty lots on the square despite several being present. And as always, all applicants were required to submit letters of neighborhood support, and we received those. So with that, I will move. Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. How many days left, Joe?
172.
6 years.
On page 16, item 4, we have an extension request of Richard F. Corteza, manager Jones Walker LLP, requesting an extension of time for a conditional use for zoning docket 9118, ordinance number 27893 MCS, pursuant to 4.3.H.1 and 4.3.H.2 of the comprehensive zoning ordinance for property located at 4201 French Road. Where motion M-25-417 by Councilmember Green, granting the applicant's request for an extension of time for a period of 2 years from June 6, 2025 to June 6, 2027 for property located at 4201 France Road.
Members of the council and the public, because this is a third extension request, I'm going to give a brief explanation, especially for the neighbors. This is a third council extension request to obtain a building permit and commence with substantial work for a construction and demolition debris recycling facility at 4201 France Road. The extension is necessary because of a disruption within the industry due to new scientific findings related to the hazards of lithium batteries recycling. So we're not moving forward until we're making sure that that issue is addressed. The market volatility has had a major impact on the equipment and materials costs, and I move for approval of the motion granting the extension of time. I want to emphasize that this is simply an extension of time before any movement can be made. Mr. Burnside.
Am I adding?
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I'm very grateful for that explanation, and I take it with respect. I came up to mention that this all started back in 2018, and it's now 2025. So while this is the third extension, it's been 7 years. Furthermore, I did read this, and the arguments presented by counsel are different than what you have expressed here today. So what I read and what was expressed by Richard Corteza, thank you, raised concerns with me because apparently he's a very good lawyer. There are rules in our CZO that he has apparently found a loophole in. Namely, he's gone back and had the executive director of the CPC recertify and reissue something or another, which started the clock all over again, which was a very interesting argument and scared me because lawyers can do things the rest of us can't. But your explanation, of course, is rational and certainly understandable, and I thank you for it.
I appreciate you saying that. I want to make it clear that in the interest of the community, we are waiting, and this is a conditional use. We will extend it as long as it's necessary because we won't start anything until we make sure that the community's interests are satisfied. So with that, I move for approval.
Okay. Councilmember Green, we need to suspend the rules to receive this motion
Because it
on
wasn't
the
on time.
suspension.
All right, I move first to suspend the rules to receive this motion. There was a little bit of a delay for some reason. Members, please vote your machines. 6 yeas to simply add
To receive
suspend the
it.
agenda. Right. to
Now we
receive.
need to suspend the rules to add it to the agenda.
Move. Is there a second? Second, Council Vice President Moreno. Members, please vote your machines. All in favor? Aye.
And we could vote on adoption.
Now we're voting on the extension request, the adoption of it. I move. We missed the second. Seconded. Joe Ignatius Jeruso. All in favor? 6 yeas. Councilmember Harris, you recused? Okay, you with us? All right. Good. 6 yeas. Thank you, members. And thank you, Mr. Burnside, for pointing that out. But I want to let you know that the final decision is here, and the interests of that community are going to be first protected. Thank you.
At the top of page 19, we have item 9, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar 34,385, motion M23-426, and motion line over M23-427 has been deferred to the meeting of August 7. At the top of page 20, item 10, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar 35,093, and motion line over M25-254 has been deferred to the meeting of August 27. At the top of page 21, item 11, ordinance calendar 35,103 has been deferred to the meeting of August 7. Item 12, ordinance calendar 35,117 has been deferred to the meeting of August 7. Item 13, ordinance calendar 35,127 has been deferred to the meeting of 8/7. At the bottom of the page, item 14, ordinance calendar 35,156 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the City of New Orleans buying through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into an amended and restated lease agreement at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with Breeze Aviation Group, Inc., and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Members and also the general public, at the Transportation Committee meeting of this week, we heard good information and very favorable information regarding Breeze Aviation and their expansions at the New Orleans International Airport. This ordinance simply effectuates a non-signatory airline lease agreement with Breeze Aviation Group. But it's important to note that in 2021, Breeze made capital investment of $6.6 million at the airport and created 261 new direct jobs with flight crews, maintenance staff, and aircraft, all based in New Orleans. Breeze operates 11 routes with direct flights from New Orleans. This agreement extends the lease for an additional year. The reason that I bring up these points is because just as we saw at the Transportation Committee meeting, there is good news happening at our airport that is benefiting our citizens, our residents, and even our visitors directly. So members, with that explanation, I move for approval of 35-156, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Members, please vote your machines. 6 yeas and that measure passes. Thank you for your vote.
At the top of page 22, item 15, we have ordinance calendar 35,157 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the City of New Orleans buying through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into an amended lease and concessions agreement at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with Paradise Lagardère and as MSY2 LLC and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Council members and the public, this ordinance approves an amended lease and concession agreement with Paradise Lagardère at the airport at MSY2 LLC for news, gift, and specialty retail concessions packages. The amendment alters and adds certain lease terms and conditions such as the COVID-19 related relief provided by the board during the pandemic. The term of the amended agreement is 16 years. It's important to recognize that, of course, this has been already approved by the Aviation Board. Members, I move. Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Members, please vote your machines. 6 yeas and the measure passes. Thank you for your support.
Item 16, ordinance calendar 35,158 by Councilmember King by request, adding Councilmember Green. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement among the City of New Orleans and the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission and Elgis Development District for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of supporting public recreation and sustainability by ADD leasing to Nord and by Nord operating a swimming pool and related facilities at for the New Orleans residents as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement, Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Members, I'm pleased to carry this legislation for Councilmember King in his absence. This is an ordinance to authorize the city to enter into a CEA with the Algiers Development District, which will allow NORAD to control, staff, and fully maintain the federal city swimming facility located at 2220 Constitution Street in Algiers. Algiers has been historically underserved in aquatic programming. This good news agreement directly addresses that gap by creating a permanent hub for community-centered outdoor aquatics. Youth employment opportunities will increase, especially through NORAD's lifeguard training, pipeline, leadership programs, and seasonal hiring. There are no fiscal implications for the city under this agreement. It's just a good news development. Mr. Barabino, do you wish to add anything, or is everything fine? It's good to have people for 1 minute hear the good news of the relationship that's being established. Mr. Barabino. I move. Councilmember Thomas seconds.
Good morning, council members. NORAD and the city went into agreement with ADD about 3 years ago when we were renovating and building the new George V. Rainey Natatorium. There were no swimming pools, no public swimming pools in Algiers, so we went into agreement with ADD to manage, run, and operate the Federal City Swimming Pool, which has now become a staple in Algiers with NORAD as it relates to providing water safety instructions, of course, swim lessons, and aquatic programs during the summer months. So that today is the only outdoor seasonal swimming pool that sits in Algiers, and now we have the new natatorium there, which gives us 2 swimming facilities in the entire Algiers at this point.
So we went from, in a short period of time, relatively little swimming to now having 2 pools that the public can access.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Barabino. I think Mr. Burnside wishes to comment on that. Thank you for being here today, Mr. B.
Thank you. My name is Michael Eric Burnside. I live at 2215 Felicity, which is plus or minus, I don't know, half a mile from A.L. Davis Park. And A.L. Davis Park, of course, has a swimming pool. And the A.L. Davis Park swimming pool has not been used by children in more than 3 years because we adults have not repaired a broken swimming pool. So while I'm quite glad that good news is coming from Algiers and the children of Algiers have access to swimming pools, both seasonal and year-round, that's a wonderful piece of news. Unfortunately, it's balanced, as so many things are here in our city today, by news that should not be ignored, which is other children do not actually have access to these benefits. So the city owns a swimming pool, and the city should be maintaining a swimming pool. And the city has spent large amounts of money over the last 3 years, at basically $1.8 billion a year in operating and personnel costs, and yet we still have not managed to repair a swimming pool used by children. To make the issue somewhat more complicated, the very nearby Central City Branch Library has also been closed fairly often due to air conditioning issues, and the city has chosen not to hire an air conditioning tech. So there are issues that need to be addressed, and I thank you for this time on your clock.
All righty. Council members, any comments? It's been seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Members, please vote your machine. We're voting 35-158. Seconded Morrell.
We're delayed on the voting, so we're voting on those.
You already had the vote.
Aye.
6 yeas, no nays.
Vote was cast.
At the bottom of the page, item 17, ordinance calendar 35,159 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Housing Authority of New Orleans, administered by the Hanover Police Department for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing law enforcement mutual aid and mobilization in the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement Form Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Standard CA between the City of New Orleans, NOPD, and the Housing Authorities agreement would be a false multiplier. We hope when you talk about law enforcement protection and services, NOPD and Hanover PD's mutual aid and mobilization should better serve those public areas with peace and safety. This agreement lasts 3 years and does not contain any funding implications for the city. I would say it kind of mirrors the old COPS program during Clinton, except that we don't have substations and housing developments like we used to, but the partnership hopefully will yield the same results. With that, I move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 23, item 18, ordinance calendar 35,161 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the administrators of Tulane Educational Fund for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of improving care to sick and injured persons in New Orleans while providing access to medical and clinical education programs for Tulane medical residents as more fully detailed in the CEA Form Exhibit A and otherwise supervised respects thereto.
Members, this is simply to continue an ongoing relationship between Tulane EMS Ride-Along Program for their med school students and residents as they accompany New Orleans EMS to provide them with medical school training and care. I move for approval, second by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Item 19, ordinance calendar 35,162 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the administrators of Tulane Educational Fund for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of ensuring public safety through the city granting Tulane and Thames with permission to operate as a licensed volunteer ambulance service through the Louisiana Department of Health and Hospitals in the parish of Orleans to provide services to within the boundaries of Tulane University Uptown Campus and to participate in the clinical practice opportunities with New Orleans EMS as more fully detailed in CAA and Form Exhibit A and otherwise supervised respects thereto.
This is a long-standing CEA. It's requested by Tulane to continue operation of their on-campus volunteer ambulance service. Move for approval, second by Councilmember Thomas. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 24, item 21, ordinance calendar 35,165 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Sujan Water Board New Orleans with a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of administrating the collection of Orleans Parish sanitation charges as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit 8 and otherwise supervised respects thereto.
This ordinance is to authorize the city to enter into a CEA with Sujan Water Board. The CEA is for Sujan Water Board's collection of sanitation fees on behalf of the city. The Sujan Water Board collects the sanitation fees and the disposal of trash and other sanitation services, further disposal, rather. This multi-year contract is for a 10-year collection period, and the collections are to be remitted to the city weekly. We have one speaker, Mr. Burnside.
Well, I was going to talk about sanitation fees, but I'll talk for a brief moment about the tenure and the administration fees. So I'm not really overwhelmingly in favor of 10-year contracts because the mayor's only around for 8 years. And it would be nice to know if the administration fees are 5% or what exactly they are, because I do not know. In regards to sanitation charges in general, I'll point out the obvious. The general fund soaks up a plus or minus $50 million hit every year because our sanitation fees do not match our sanitation costs. And the point of the sanitation is it's a service, and we can charge a fee that equals our costs. We're not supposed to make a profit off of it, but we're not supposed to make a loss either. And we have been taking losses, and we've been taking losses for several years now that are substantial and impacting the general fund of the city. And we should raise sanitation fees. Separate from that, we should collect them in a different way. I don't believe that we should collect them through the monthly billing of the Sewage and Water Board. It is my personal belief that the property taxes, particularly for residential property taxes, should be assessed monthly instead of yearly, just like your credit card bill comes monthly, and people who have a monthly paycheck can make monthly payments rather than face a property tax balloon payment once a year. And I believe that this city should include its Sewage and Water Board taxes on, Sewage and Water Board fees on that property tax bill, because currently there's great difficulty in collecting certain things from vacant lots, specifically trash fees. because they don't have a water bill. And since they don't have a water bill, they still generate trash because people mow them, cut them, leave bags of trash, and otherwise dump things on vacant lots that are not picked up. So there's an underlying reason for some of the trash that we see in our city, and as our vacant lots don't have a trash pickup fee currently assessed because they don't have a water bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moved. Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. Vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays, 6 yeas, no nays, and it's adopted.
Item 22, ordinance calendar 35,166 by council members Morel and Giarrusso. An ordinance to call an election on November 15, 2025, at which the electors of the city of New Orleans will be asked to approve an amendment to the Home Rule Charter established in section 4-46, which provides relative to the independence of the city attorney as the legal representative of the city of New Orleans and includes provisions that clarify the identity of the city attorney's primary client, compel compliance with ethical rules governing institutional representation, requiring consultation with all branches of government, mandate independent and impartial legal judgment in the face of conflicting directives, impose an affirmative duty to comply with and uphold laws whenever possible, prohibit conflicting representation in interbranch disputes without consent, authorize the adoption of legislation ensuring the operational independence of the law department and prevent unilateral removal by the mayor in certain situations and otherwise to provide respects thereto. There is an amendment to this ordinance, an amendment to adjust the effective date of the Home Rule Charter, amendment to coincide with the January 2026 inauguration, if approved by eligible voters, and to make several technical corrections to the resolution. On page 5 in section 7, on line 10, delete 2054 and insert in lieu thereof 2025. On page 5 in section 10, on line 5, following January, delete 1 and insert in lieu thereof 13. On page 5 in section 12, on line 3, delete Louisiana and insert in lieu thereof state. In Exhibit A on page 1 in the first paragraph on the third unnumbered line, delete Tuesday and insert in lieu thereof Saturday. In Exhibit A on page 2 in the first paragraph on the third unnumbered line, delete a blank money line and insert in lieu thereof $301,300. In Exhibit A on page 2, delete in section paragraph and delete the second paragraph in its entirety.
On the amendments, these are straightforward. They're mostly technical in nature. The only one of significance is we wanted the change in the policy to coincide with the next mayor. It would be very confusing to have a change of this significance happen during the end of another mayor's term. That is the amendment. I know these comments are probably on the bill itself. So let's vote on the amendment first. So I'll move on the amendment. Second by Councilmember Raymond on the amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
6 yeas, no nays. On the amendment on the bill itself, Councilmember Harris.
I just want to be added to this.
I was going to actually say we need to add Councilmember Harris in bold ink with an underline on this one. So that's the amendment. We're voting on the amendment. That's already been done. All right, on the underlying bill, Councilman Giarrusso and then Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for starting this. I think the hard part here has been the way that the charter is set up places the city attorney in an untenable position. The city attorney is supposed to represent the city in theory, and the city under the charter is both the mayor and the council. From time to time, there is going to be dispute between the mayor and the council. That's what is healthy in democracy and the way that things are supposed to work. The problem is the mayor appoints the city attorney and the mayor can fire or ask for the city attorney's resignation, and the council's only recourse is to fire a city attorney or public official for the reasons enumerated in the charter, like malfeasance or something in office. What this attempts to do is make clear that the city attorney's obligations are both to the mayor and to the council, sets forth how conflicts should be resolved, and then I think the most elegant thing actually came from Mr. Swenzik, which is the council can override a termination by the mayor, so that way, if the mayor doesn't like what's happening, the council can say, no, 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 you're trying to protect the city instead, and therefore we want you to say we're on the same page. I guess I just also want to say this is not, in my view, directed at anyone in particular. I mean, I think somebody up here even called me at one point and told me that my grandfather used to have problems with the city attorney.
I'm gonna clear that up when you get to my comment.
Yeah, and so I think this is a perennial issue
And be a
in
little
that,
facetious.
in that trying to provide clarity and really provide a safer haven for the city attorneys, what's driving my, my interest in this. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas, and then Councilmember Moreno.
Yeah, I'm really kind of compelled. First of all, this has been an age-old discussion that not only goes back to your grandfather, but predates him. I remember the centerpiece of the discussion was Okola Jones, and who does the city attorney work for? I'm going to set the foundation for, at the end of the day, the city attorney and all of us are supposed to work for the people of the city of New Orleans. And I just wanted to make sure that especially the city attorney now, and we can say her name is Tanisha Turner, is not disparaged to the point where we say we have to have a charter change in terms of clarity for who works for who does their job. I'm not going to mention any names, but specifically, with witnesses in a meeting, one of our employees was challenged when they had a difference of opinion, and they were reminded, who do you work for? That happened in a meeting. We were all in. So at some point, we can't pick and choose who we want to be loyal, how we want them to be loyal, and who they should be loyal to. As a matter of fact, Ms. Turner, in doing her duties, may be one of the mayor's few top people who show some loyalty to the people, to her, and to the city. So we seem to have done a pretty good job in determining who's on first or who's on second, but not always who's responsible. Thank you.
Council Vice President Moreno.
Yeah, you went already? Okay. Yeah, the piece obviously that we're talking about as far as if a city attorney is fired is on page 4 of section 5, where it says the council may by vote of 5 members prevent or overturn the removal of the city attorney by the mayor if it finds the city attorney was removed without a valid cause or for reason inconsistent with the policy of independence established herein. There's a line right after it that I just wanted to make clear, and I just talked to our executive counsel, Adam Swensik, about this. It says that the requirements of this section apply to the city attorney and the professional staff of the law department. But just to be clear, the firing, though, of that coming before the council is only for the city attorney. It does not apply to the staff of the city attorney, because if someone is fired from the city attorney's office, that firing comes from the city attorney. So it's really when the mayor only fires the city attorney that can come before the city council. Correct, Mr. Swensik?
That's the intent behind the law.
Okay, just making sure. I wanted to put that on the record, so if that ever is brought up in the future, that we have this discussion here, that was the intent. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of things to add. I'll be much more specific in why I think this is important. Now, first off, I want to be clear. This recommendation regarding the city attorney did not originate with us. It was actually a coalition of different groups who were recommending different changes to the charter, led by people like the august David Marcello from Tulane University Law School, who worked on several charter revisions of the charter itself. What I will say is this: what we have seen highlighted during this term is really what we have seen highlighted is instances where policy conflicts with behavior. And what I will say, for example, part of the impetus of this and making the city attorney independent is the city attorney is supposed to be the attorney for the city of New Orleans above all else, and that it most times will be the council and the mayor. But I'll give you a great example, Wisner. The city attorney is currently appealing a judgment that the council won on Wisner, where we have 100% of the proceeds and ownership of the property, and the city attorney is appealing it to get the city less money. That does not make sense. Historically, my understanding has always been, if the council passes a law, if the mayor signs a ordinance and it becomes the ordinance of the land, every city attorney has defended the law. What we've seen in this policy conflict highlighted during this term is that we have ordinances that are 2, 3, 4 years old, and when they are challenged, the city attorney will not defend them. That is what has highlighted the need for this charter change, which is that there are no clear lines. If an item has passed the council, been signed by the mayor, that is a law of the city of New Orleans, and an independent city attorney is obligated to defend the law regardless of what the council or the mayor may think of that law. If it went through the process, that is the law. When you see what's happening at the federal level, when you see how different types of lawyers are weaponized to pursue certain different policies that are in conflict with the law and conflict with the Constitution, that trickles down to the city level. And by clarifying the charter, that the city attorney's role is to be, in a lot of ways in legal proceedings, when it comes to the city's legal position, to put the position of the city and its citizens above the politics of the mayor and the council, that is something that we need to establish, because we do not want city attorneys now or in the future to feel obligated that they have to do what the person who appoints them says to do when the charter says something completely different, which the city attorney's role is to be the impartial umpire calling balls and strikes. So all this does is clarify that. I appreciate the work of Derek Marcello and others like him who have put the time in to do this, and I think this is an excellent step in establishing the independence of the office and also sparing us a tremendous amount of lawsuits where the city council has had to hire outside counsel because our statutory counsel, the city attorney's office, was not available to us. This will save us money. Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to be added to it as well. Madam Clerk, can you add me to this as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside.
I don't always refer to myself in the third person, but Mr. Burnside generally doesn't have an opinion on this matter, not being a lawyer. But I do have a couple of responses to the comments being made around the word independence. For good or for ill, the state has a lot of elected offices. And of course, the Attorney General is an elected office. And back in the days when the governor was a Democrat and the Attorney General was a Republican, the independence of these offices and the fact that each is elected may or may not have served the state well. But if we're going to talk about independence and internal conflict between branches of government, as an amateur who's not a lawyer, I might suggest that at some point a consideration be made where the mayor has a mayor's lawyer and the council has a council's lawyer, and the independent city lawyer is actually an elected office, because we have a huge number of elected offices, including judges and including prosecutors. And I don't see automatically that it is required that an independent city attorney not be elected in his or her own right. I'm not saying that it's necessarily wise, but I will say this: if you seek independence, I don't know that all the little chains you have enumerated and talked about will achieve your goal, but there's always hope. Thank you very much.
Ms. Burnside, quickly for clarification, the mayor does have an executive council and the council has an executive council to provide legal advice to them directly, separately. Right. So just to give you that bit of information. All right, with that, we're going to have to verbally vote because the server is down. So I will make a motion to adopt as amended. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Giarrusso. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, it is 6-0. It'll be placed before the voters for their approval.
At the bottom of the page, item 23, we have ordinance calendar 35,167 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of constructing the Lincoln Bridge Access project in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the CA Exhibit A and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
I think we have someone from the administration here. We may have some questions. I don't, just basically a procedure, we're just receiving money, but we do have a couple of cards. We're accepting the $4.1 million in federal funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development secured by Congressman Carter. Thank you, Congressman Carter, for Lincoln Beach. And the funding is to be allocated towards the infrastructure improvements for the beach. With that, I move approval, but we have Mr. Michael Sage Pellet, our first speaker, and then Mr. Burnside. The administration is here to answer any particular questions or concerns you might have.
Just so you know, Councilor Thomas, it appears the server is down, so if anyone wants to comment, you're probably going to have to, like, verbally say you want to comment.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Sage.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited that the Lincoln Beach project is remaining a priority in the city of New Orleans, that these items are on the agenda to move the money forward. This is important steps in the process for us to always understand that these cooperative agreements must be made. I'm excited that our councilman and federal partner, Troy Carter, it's not every day from my little phone I get a phone call from a congressman, you know. He said, man, lock me in. You know, he said, call me anytime you need me, anything. And just from one time for Juneteenth, you know, I was just walking to Concord Square to celebrate Juneteenth. And Congressman Troy Carter, he was standing out there with the Democratic whip of Congress, and he pulled me in. We had a nice conversation. I mean, and just from his first office, going to office on the House floor, speaking up on the Lincoln Beach project, and even walking the line with us. I really appreciate Congressman Troy Carter, everything he does, and this is instrumental. And as well, what he does in New Orleans East. I'm a pedestrian at times, I'm a cyclist at times, and y'all know I'm a kayaker most of the time. But he provides a lot of sidewalks in New Orleans East. I think that's very important. New Orleans East is a very diverse social economic place. And sidewalks, those service roads are real dangerous. I believe someone lost their life on a service road recently. But I'm just thankful for all he does in New Orleans East and in New Orleans, period, as a federal partner. And that's it. Thank you.
No, thank you for representing our ancestors in that project. Mr. Burnside.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So I'm grateful that the administration has a person here to answer questions. I'm grateful that Councilperson Thomas was generous in his commentary from the dais, and I'm very, very grateful that Sage is here with us because it was his leadership and commitment to time that made all this happen. I came up not knowing all these things. My card was somewhat negative in that, as I mentioned to Councilperson Thomas, the money flow had been confusing to me because I have two separate pieces of paper, one of which shows that the administration committed about plus or minus $8 million, and then a separate piece of paper which shows that the $8 million was changed to $4 million. So I'm sure things went here and went there and went in circles for a little while, but with the inclusion of a federal representative, I'm sure everything will work out very, very well, and I'm very, very glad that things have turned out much better than I feared. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, I'll move adoption. Move.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? Aye. Ayes have it, so ordered. Thank you, guys.
I got to call you back. All right, I just want to let you know that. That's why.
On page 25, item 24, we have ordinance calendar 35,168 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the United States Department of Treasury for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of redeveloping Lincoln Beach in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in CEA Exhibit A and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Another companion accepting $4.2 million in federal funding from the U.S. Treasury Department secured by our congressman, and this funding will be allocated for the improvement of waterfront access. Mr. Pellet, you want your comments? This is the other companion ordinance. Mr. Sage.
Yeah, you know, listen, and this whole project, I only got 2 minutes officially, so I just got to stack them up. I'm just waiting on some type of consulting agreement, cooperative agreement with the city so I can really be an official part of the project. Y'all know things in the works, so I just have to speak when I have an opportunity. I know this is procedural, but it's great to have an opportunity to be here to speak to the public on these projects. I believe these funds is the BP All Spill funds right here, the Restore Act funds we're speaking about. Well, just to speak upon the BP All Spill, it really decimated our community. It was a tragedy on our community and on our Gulf. I work for a company called Healthy Gulf. I'm a climate justice organizer. But one of our goals is to protect the Gulf, across the Gulf from Florida to Texas, and we do a lot of work with that. We have the U.S. Waters Act that really protects us in many ways, and we have environmental protection agencies that's going rollbacks and cutting funding in many things.
Yeah, the next ordinance is the EPA ordinance, but you're right in your general comments. Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. Well, yes, next on that. Yeah, I got that one. I got that one too. Okay. But, you know, the BP oil spill really decimated us, but I'm thankful the mayor's administration, when it was an opportunity to say what we're going to do with those funds, the total funds that New Orleans was going to receive, they say, let's put the total funds on Lincoln Beach. And now I really commend that the total funds, although this is like $4 million here, there's also $3 million more to go along with that, which total almost $9 million that the Restore Act going towards Lincoln Beach. I don't know how many other places that receive these funds have put towards projects historical like this, but I'm thankful that the mayor administration did that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your positive approach. Well, we got one more EPA ordinance. I move on this particular ordinance. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor? Aye. Ayes have it, so ordered. Next item.
Item 25, ordinance calendar 35,169 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the University of New Orleans for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of shoreline protection and beach nourishment at Lincoln Beach in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in CA Exhibit 1 and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
This is at $1.5 million for EPA for shoreline protection. Mr. Sage. Yeah.
Point of clarification. And so this grant, EPA pass-through grant, is going towards demolition for the breakwater. I'm familiar with another scope of work EPA grant that was going towards stormwater on the parking lot. Is this the same grant and scope of work has changed, or is this an additional one?
This is a different grant. So this one in particular that's being introduced is just for the demolition of the concrete structures, the beach renourishment, and I believe the other one is for the bridge access. So I believe that the other grant that you're speaking to is a different EPA grant.
Well, that's great. That means the pot has increased.
More, correct.
I'll get some clarification on that for you. Don't hold me to that, but I believe it's a different one. This particular pot of money is only for the beach renourishment, though.
Okay, thank you. And just on that note, we just mindful that opposed to the source materials need to be equitable source. I'm against using recycled glass on the beach. I believe we discussed that. And we have to be mindful how much additional beach we add, because how much we add, it pushes people further out to the lake, and it's also a maintenance cost how much we add. I think the goal is just to connect the two so people can walk across. So let's be mindful of how much we need to spend on nourishment, because it's maintenance moving forward.
Absolutely.
All right, well, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it also lends to Mr. Pellet's other point that potentially there are other grants out there that we don't want to say we have to apply for them, but potentially we can get more to add to the number. Councilmember Green.
Pontchartrain Beach has sand brought over to Pontchartrain Beach in the past and not developed. And so as a source that we could look at as well is negotiate with Lakefront Management Authority. Since Pontchartrain Beach not been developed, there's large amounts of sand dunes on Pontchartrain Beach right now, because possibly we could get a great deal at possibly using that sand, because Pontchartrain Beach not being developed, and then barging it to Lincoln Beach. It's some beautiful sand that was done on an effort in the past, and it's just sitting there on the beach right now.
Thank you,
so let's look at that. Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Pellet. Mr. Burnside, you had a comment on this? Because you only put... Okay, gotcha.
Councilman Thomas.
What, Councilman Burnside? I think Councilmember Burnside.
Councilmember Burnside.
Since you're being very generous, I want to thank Michael, who's probably gone by now. Like you mentioned, positiveness does matter. As Councilperson Green has again reinforced, positiveness matters, and it's good to see positiveness take the day here now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
Interesting that you should mention that, because just as I spoke earlier on a couple of other developments that are taking place, I've had a chance to go through the community. The other day, I had a meeting with voters east of the Industrial Canal, and there was a forum. But the bottom line is that I was able to mention to them, as I mentioned so often, and I do represent a part of New Orleans East, that there are many good projects happening in New Orleans East, whether it be Henry Coaxum and the development of the former Valley site, Henry Consulting, and the development of the former Six Flags site, and also Lincoln Beach. Today we announced basically $5.7 million that's being made available. But I do want to emphasize that just as many projects that happen in our city start because the community wants those projects to happen, we have people like Sage and Reggie and others who went out there, especially Sage, who went out there when there was glass all on the ground, there was debris, there was danger and things like that, because they wanted to see this historic development take place. And so I just wanted to take an opportunity to just recognize them on this day, which it won't have the headline that it needs to have been billions of dollars made available for Lincoln Beach. That project soon to happen. That should be the front page. But I understand that that's going to be the front page, but it can't be forgotten. And that all the Instagram, you blow it up on Instagram. But to all of the parties, Councilman Thomas, I just want to take an opportunity to, as I've said before, especially with regards to this project, so much has happened. When I was on the Levee District, people just said, oh my gosh, Lincoln Beach will never be developed, and there was confusion relative to ownership. Here we're moving to the point where our congressman has made millions of dollars available, and even despite the challenges at EPA, the money's still coming. So I'm just looking forward to the day I can imagine in our city where we have a redeveloped Valley site, we have a redeveloped Lincoln Beach, where we have a redeveloped Six Flags, where we have maybe a redeveloped Pontchartrain Beach site, for example, all along the shores of Lake Pontchartrain and near it. But a lot of this, it has to be reminded, started with members of the community who were committed. I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Any comments you want to add before we close this out and pray for a redeveloped New Orleans? Megan?
Yeah, we're fully committed to getting the beach reopened. We are getting ready to embark on the CMAR process with the community, with the contractor, with our design team to fully establish the design needed and get to construction as soon as possible. So we're committed. We fully value our partners in the community and the value that they provide to it.
For people watching, three different ordinances, $4.1 million from Congressman Carter from Housing and Urban Development, $4.2 in federal funding from the U.S. Treasury Department, and then the $1.5 in EPA funding for shoreline restoration. But this is the shoreline restoration ordinance. We've adopted the other two. I move adoption. Moved by me. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Morell and Marino. We'll give them each a half. Can I get yays, please? Yay. All yays, no nays. Add everybody's name to this, man. Yay. New Orleans East tip.
Thank you, guys.
As I was talking, I used the wrong number. I just want everybody to know it was a lot more than what I said. I just threw out a number. We're talking about $9 to $10 million. What a day this is. Congratulations to the entire city.
At the bottom of the page, item 26, motion line over, in M25-182 has been deferred to the meeting of August 7th. At the top of page 26, item 27, motion line over, M25-183 has been deferred to August 7th. Item 28, motion line over, M25-184 has been deferred to the meeting of 8/7. Item 29, motion line over, M25-186 has been deferred to the meeting of August 7th. At the top of page 27, item 30, motion line over, M25-187 has been deferred to August 7th. Item 31, motion line over, M25-189 has been deferred to August 7th. Item 32, motion line over, M25-235 has been deferred to August 7th. At the top of page 28, item 33, motion line over, M25-236 has been deferred to the meeting of August 7th. Item 34, motion line over, M25-238 has been deferred to August 7th. Item 35, motion line over, M25-239 has been deferred to August 7th. At the top of page 29, item 36, motion line over M25-287 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, submitting to council approval the amendments to the classified pay plan, Officer Inspector General, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its May 9, 2025 meeting in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, is approved to be effective May 25, 2025.
Thank you. Members, as I explained earlier to Mr. Burnside, we've been deferring most of these. After consulting with Mr. Swenzik, I don't know that we have a true legal impediment, but I just worry that if we don't give the OIG something, there's a patina of somehow interfering with inspections, and I don't want to do that. So I'll move for approval on this one. Second, Councilmember Moreno. All in favor? Aye. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of in the middle of the page, item 37, motion line over M25-288 has been deferred to the meeting of August 7th. At the bottom of the page, item 38, motion M25-396 by council members Moreno and Jeruso, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to the ordinance 4264 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance to create an overlay district to be named the Fairgrounds Overlay District, which shall encompass the area upon which the Fairgrounds racecourse and slots currently sits, generally bounded by Gentilly Boulevard, Belfort Street Avenue, Trafalgar Street, DSAC Boulevard, St. Louis Cemetery No. 3, St. Vincent Street, Vernon Court, and 14th Street, to prohibit all uses except fairgrounds and racetrack, and to require that the fairground and racetracks be conditional uses within this overlay. As part of this zoning docket, the CPC is directed to review prior conditional use granted on the site, as well as custom and best practices to devise use standards for fairgrounds and racetracks, which set forth allowable accessory uses.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This overlay district is to ensure that the fairgrounds continues its operations as a racetrack and as a fairground. So this really would be to enact a permanent zoning change to make sure that that this is always going to remain a racing facility and also a fairgrounds. So just so everyone's aware, we did have an NPP meeting on July 14th. It was on that day that myself and Councilmember Jeruso received a letter from the fairgrounds, really in opposition to the IZD that we had passed already, and also to the permanent zoning changes, even saying in the letter that this is not rationally related to any legitimate purpose of the city and will not withstand legal scrutiny. That being said, as we move forward through this, on July 24th, what happens next is that this will kick off a CPC review of the proposed overlay, then the CPC will prepare its staff report, then the CPC full commission will receive it, and then we'll receive the final report from the CPC and file a motion thereafter. Some frequently asked questions that I want to make sure to address: that this overlay is not going to impact Jazz Fest or any other festivals or special events that are held at the fairgrounds, and the overlay only applies to the fairgrounds site and not to residential or non-fairgrounds properties in the area. So just wanted to make those things clear. Yeah, Councilmember Jeruso wanted to make a comment, and then I'll turn it over to you.
Is there any public comment? Because I was going to reserve mine.
I don't see any public comment.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to put some just finer points on what you said, council member, which is I want to thank Sadie and Claire, who really did all the procedural legwork for the MPP first. They sent out, and this because it's such a large swath, over 2,000 letters to affected neighbors to make sure that people understood what was going on. There were around 20 people, I think somewhere between 22 and 25 people at the MPP. So given the number of letters that went, it wasn't a huge turnout, but my understanding is overwhelmingly in favor of where we were. And like you, I'm a little flummoxed about the response from Churchill Downs, and I'll be maybe more concrete about it. Before any of this happened, before we did anything, I didn't hear from Churchill Downs. When they sent their letter to the state, we heard nothing from Churchill Downs. When they were bargaining and said that they weren't going to do anything at the fairgrounds and they wanted to move out, I didn't hear anything from Churchill Downs. The first time I heard anything was when we got an email about, well, what's going on with the IZD? And I just think if you want to be at the table, having front-end communication, which is something I always stress, is extraordinarily important. And in my view is, my neighbors who are at least in District A part of this, I know Touch is part of District D as well, are overwhelmingly in favor of this. And really what they're looking for is council member, I think you touched on this, certainty, right? They want the certainty to know that Jazz Fest has a home. They want a certainty to know that there's going to be continuous good operations there. They want the certainty and predictability of what they've grown accustomed to, and that's all that we're trying to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell?
Yeah, I'll be real short to give Councilman Green an opportunity to speak as this is his district. But what I find very novel is that when Churchill Downs was at the legislature throwing a temper tantrum over a court decision that limited their ridiculous profits to just profits, they did not contact the city or city council whatsoever. But I think what's important is that when you look at the comments they made at the legislature, to the media, at the Racing Commission, they were essentially trying to extort the legislature and to say that if you don't give us a set amount of money to offset our losses, they were essentially threatening they would do whatever they wanted with the site. I think it's exceptionally reasonable and exceptionally forward-thinking for the vice president and for Councilmember Giarrusso to take them at their word when they were literally saying, if you don't give us money, we don't know what we're going to do with the property. And I think that caused tremendous trepidation among residents. It caused tremendous trepidation among the racing community that uses the site. And I think that was intentional by Churchill Downs to try to extort money out of the state. I think that if you have someone go out there and use every lever publicly to say, if you don't give us what we want, we potentially are going to auction this off to the highest bidder or do whatever we think will be profitable with the site, it is, when someone shows you who they are, you should believe them. And I think protecting this site for its historical use, protecting that neighborhood from what they have built their homes next to, that is exactly what council people are supposed to do. So I want to thank both Councilmember Giarrusso, Council Vice President Moreno for their leadership in protecting that community, because Churchill was the one that said they were looking at all of their options if they weren't given additional money.
Thank you, Council.
Go ahead, Councilmember Green.
Councilmember, and I'm going to repeat only an important part of what you said. The neighbors matter. The bottom line is that I certainly want to be incorporated into this motion, but it's important to recognize that when the news came out and when there was headlines relative to this matter, I don't know if anybody from Churchill Downs is recognizing this. People did start calling. They were concerned about their investments that they had made recently in that community. They were concerned about what the use might be of a multi-acre facility in the middle of their community. And I actually think that it was somewhat irresponsible, especially based on the correspondence that I'm hearing now, for Churchill Downs to have not set a meeting with the community to explain to them, this community that has been supportive of this development for so many years, to say, no, we're not going to just throw it out there for any bidder. We're not just going to have all kinds of things that you don't want to have. This is the truth behind it at the end of the day. But the council has stepped up in this regard because of something that I've been consistent about. People who have invested in their homes and in their churches and used the parks and used the public facilities in their community deserve to be included in any change that is going to materially affect their particular situation. And in this particular idea, in this particular suggestion that we were going to do something and sell it to the highest bidder, the members of the community deserve better than that. So I'm pleased to ask to be a co-author of this particular motion, but I'm also pleased that this continues a very important tradition here at the council of recognizing that neighbors and their investment matter too.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'll make a motion, seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor? Aye. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 30, we have item 39, motion M25-400 by Councilmember Harris, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to the ordinance 30,208 MCS zoning docket 8024, which establish a conditional use to permit a community center in a HURM1 historic urban multifamily residential district located on Square 317, lots A, B, 22, 23, 12, 13, A, C, and D, or lots 8, 22, 23, 10, C, and D, in three undesignated lots in the 4 municipal district bounded by South Liberty Street, Phillips Street, First Street, Loyola Avenue, LaSalle Street, Simon Bolivar Avenue, municipal address 2300, 2308 South Liberty Street, 2224, 2226 Phillips Street, and 2229, 2237 First Street, to amend Proviso 6 to allow for additional flexibility to meet the parking requirements and to consider any waivers that are necessary to achieve this goal.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We previously approved a community center on LaSalle Street, and we tried to work with the owners of the community center on parking. That's what this does. This motion is intentionally vague to allow CPC and safety and permits to determine the best way forward by maximizing the required parking spaces and allowing flexibility for their placement around this community center. The applicant will work directly with those departments to ensure what is approved can be executed. Mr. Burnside, do you have a comment?
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215. So I don't have direct knowledge of this specific church or its community center. I did read the paperwork submitted way back in the day when you and I made comments at this microphone at that time. So I'm going to speak more generally than specific. I find that there are a lot of community centers because there's no CZO church activity building option. So the community center supposedly has certain rules in the sense that it has to be open certain hours and all this kind of stuff, which are basically, from my personal point of view, never obeyed. The next thing I'll point out is pretty obvious. Churches don't share. So it's not like two churches get together to build a community center. It's like every church needs their own community center because it's really actually their church activity building and they lock it up and use it whenever they want to. The next thing I'll point out is that churches' activity centers take a lot of parking, and usually they're attached to a historical church building that does not have a lot of parking, and then usually they have to rent out their community center in order for it to make payments so that a bunch of strangers show up with a bunch of cars and park right in front of your house and in front of your driveway. The next thing I'll point out is that for some reason, church community centers tend to not have parking, meaning they're not multiple story buildings. They don't put parking on the first floor and their community center on the second floor because somehow or another this costs too much money. So everything's tried to be done on the cheap, and the neighborhood ends up dealing with a bunch of parking problems, usually by people coming very temporarily to use a facility that they're not church members at and that they don't come only on Sunday. So the less parking a church community center has, the more impact it has on the community. So I don't know how to exactly solve this problem, but it seems to be perennial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll move. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? 6 yeas. Thank you.
Council members, going back to page 23, we have item number 20 on ordinance calendar 35,163 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 2-13 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to remove reference to specific Chief Administrative Office policies, to clarify reporting duties, and to direct the Chief Administrative Office to update existing policies to ensure consistency with current law and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you. As you all recall, recently we had an updated ordinance to ban the box, which passed unanimously through this council. And while we were going over that particular revision to the ban the box, we looked at the first version of ban the box, which passed during our first term. And in that particular ordinance that passed, which is in the code now, there were some tweaks that we needed to make to actually strengthen it. One of the things that we saw in the version that was in the code and currently in the code until we're about to change it is that it refers back to, for example, CAO policies. As we all know, CAO policies can be eliminated, rescinded very quickly. So we wanted to tighten up some of these technical issues that we saw that were currently in the code and just make the ban the box ordinance ultimately in the code as strong as possible, so that there can't be any quick changes or eliminations to it. So that's what this particular ordinance does. I want to thank the folks that vote once again for helping us with this. And Ronald, I know you've got a public comment, so come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ronald.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Just very briefly, I work with Sadie Fickle, your chief of staff,
Yes.
made those amendments, and it does exactly what you said do. It gives this body some oversight as it relates to the audit reports that will be submitted from the CEO. It also requires training in the HR department and managers to make sure they follow the rules and ban the box. Another thing, I talked to Sadie this morning about it. One of the amendments requires that second background check if a person is moved or promoted, and I asked her would that apply across the board to people who may not have criminal history status, and she said it applies to both non-impacted people and just impacted people as well. So we support the amendments, Councilwoman Moreno, and Fickle, she was great working with her, easy, and we got it done, so I appreciate it. Thank you
so much. Appreciate you, Mr. Marshall. With that, I will make a motion to adopt. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor? Aye. It looks like 5 yeas, no nays. You want the vote on the vote one? Yes. One more, 6 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
On page 30, item 40, we have motion M2544 by Councilmember Morrell, appointing Meredith C. McIntroff, a resident of Orleans Parish, to the Task Force of Southeast Regional Water Purification Operations, persistent to Home Rule 305, or as
That's House
Right.
Resolution 305, regular session, Louisiana 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the legislature passed a resolution to create a task force on Southeast Regional Water Purification Operations. I believe this was done in concert due to the salt intrusion. Ms. McIntroff was recommended by Jenna Vegno, who is as you know, the doctor who is over our health department, and I accepted that recommendation and this appointed her to that board. I'll move. Second by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor?
Aye.
Six yeas, no nays. The matter is approved.
at the bottom of the page, item 41, motion
Sorry,
M25.
5-0. I apologize.
Item 41, motion M25-411 by Councilmember Morrell, amending Rule 55B of the Council Rules and Regulations to read as follows. Council Vehicle Policy, Rule 55.B, authorized drivers. Only council members and their assigned post-certified executive security personnel or commissioned law enforcement officers shall be permitted to drive a council vehicle. No person shall operate a council vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Thank you. This is relatively simple. There was a conflict in the council written policy versus what we actually purchase for insurance. Our insurance carrier, Houston Specialty Insurance Company, only insures the council members, our executive protection, as well as the post-certified law enforcement personnel that are attached to the city council. So this simply clarifies that we are going to have our new authorized driver in line with our insurance policy, because obviously as an attorney, we are always concerned with liability, and that's what it does.
Councilmember Morrell, this is one of those instances where I would have appreciated an opportunity for it to be brought before a committee, because I could have been provided with that additional information. Because I'm concerned that people recognize that council policy prior to here today allowed a very important sentence and authorized members of the council member's staff. Someone has taken a video, for example, and posted a video of my chief of staff driving the vehicle, as if that's wrong. I just want to be understood that that's right. I authorized that person to use it. I don't necessarily agree with exactly taking those staff members off, and I'll give you an example of why. If I'm out of town for a week or something like that, and security is not working and something needs to be done in the district, I believe that a member of the staff ought to be authorized to use the city vehicle to be able to go and conduct that business, which may include meetings, which may include deliveries and the like. However, you brought into it today a wrinkle that I was not aware of, which says that we have been in conflict in terms of council vehicle policy for a long time relative to our insurance. I can accept that, except that I don't like insurance companies to dictate policies, because we could make an exception if we wish to. I'm willing to look into it if it's existing right now, something that I was unaware of and everybody else would clearly have been unaware of because we would have made the change by now. I will defer to have an opportunity to potentially address this in the future, because I don't want us to be in conflict today. But it's just important to recognize that prior to whatever today's vote is, authorized members of the council members' staff were permitted to drive the vehicles.
You are correct. Under the previous policy, that is exactly what it stated.
Under the existing policy until we change it.
Under the existing policy, until it is changed today, that is currently what is allowed. That policy is in conflict with the insurance that we have purchased historically, and this is simply an effort to make it in line with the insurance policies we have. If the council wants to explore in the future allocating additional money, because if we were to expand it to include all staff, then it would exponentially increase our insurance costs, because they would have to go over the history of each individual staffer and have the policy reflect that. So this is not a commentary on anyone in particular. It simply states that we're trying to get the insurance policy in line with the rule. Councilmember Thomas.
Just out of respect, this is something that I don't have a problem with, but a colleague has asked to get more information and that it go before a committee, something which is standard here. And we can highlight a lot of different instances where people have either held up legislation or slowed down legislation, not because they were opposed to it, but they wanted a clearer view, or the respect out of actually sitting down and going through and talking through it. So I don't know why, especially Councilmember Green is probably one of the more agreeable people. If you've asked at least for some time to sit down or go through committee, I don't know why that would be a problem, unless, you know, one size doesn't fit all.
It's not a problem. If we would like to defer this and have it heard in committee, I don't have a problem with that.
I'm asking the council to defer because I don't necessarily agree that we as a council have to exclude all members of our staff. I don't think it's a money issue, because we seem to come up with the money whenever we need to come up with it, for example, in certain areas. I believe that it's worthy of taking a look at because of just what I mentioned. I believe that business can go on, and it should go on, and that we should dictate to the insurance company what we want to do based on our need to be able to reach out to our citizens. Again, it's existing policy.
As I said, Mr. Green, if you would like it sent to committee, I will have it sent to committee at your request.
And let's see what the fiscal note is, because if it's a markable difference, that's something we have to take a look at.
Okay, thank you. So we will have this sent. When's your next transportation meeting, Mr. Green?
You want transportation? Or
I can send to governmental affairs. I'm just saying, I know when my next meeting is.
No,
Mine's on 30th.
it's governmental affairs. We just met this week on transportation.
Then we will meet at governmental affairs and get it deferred. So this will be deferred to governmental affairs. Thank you.
Motion M25-411 has been deferred to the meeting of August 7 and referred to governmental affairs. At the top of page 31, item 42, resolution R25-412 by Councilmember Jeruso, a resolution calling an election in the Upper Audubon Security District for November 15, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Aye. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we have some items under suspension.
Yes.
Let's get to those.
We have motion M25-413. We need the vote to receive.
I'll move. Second by Council Vice President Moreno.
We need the 6-1. We need the vote to add.
I'll move. Second by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, 6 yeas, no nays, it's added.
5-2.
5 yeas, no nays, it's added.
Alright. We have motion M25-413 by Councilmember Thomas King Green Harris and Morel by request, adding the president of council as a signatory to bid contract Zone 1 between the City of New Orleans and Southern Disaster Recovery LLC, and authorizing the president of council to sign the bid contract between the City of New Orleans and Southern Disaster Recovery LLC. Joint Utility Cable Telecommunication Technology, Public Works, Sanitation, and Environment Committee recommended approval. Y'all can vote.
Sorry, I'll move. It's Councilman Thomas's item, but I'll move. All in favor? We need one more. Is Joe back there? All right, we'll wait for someone to come back. He's outside. All right.
Yay or nay? What should I do?
Yeah, this is your item, so. It's your item.
It would be a challenge if you said nay.
Thank you, yay.
We have 6-1. We need the
That's 6-0.
wait.
That's 6-0. 6-0.
Oh.
6-0.
one absent.
That's right, we're missing
One
one.
absent, I'm sorry. We have motion M25-414. We need the vote to receive.
I'll move. Second by Councilman Jeruso. I'll move to add to the agenda. Second by Councilman Jeruso. This is
Yeah.
next contract, right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have motion M25-414 by Councilmembers Thomas King Green Harris and Morel by request, adding the president of council as a signatory to bid contract Zone 2 between the City of New Orleans and Southern Disaster Recovery LLC, and authorizing the president of council to sign the bid between City of New Orleans and Southern Disaster Recovery.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, ayes have it.
We need the vote to receive 415.
I'll move.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Thomas. I'll move to add to the agenda. Second by Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Thomas.
We have motion M25-415 by Councilmembers Thomas King, Green Harris, and Morel by request, adding the president of council as a signatory to bid contract Zone 3 between the City of New Orleans and Looks Great Services of MS Inc., and authorizing the president of council to sign the bid between the City of New Orleans and Looks Great Services of MS Inc.
So moved.
Second?
Second by Councilman Morel, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, so ordered.
Executive session.
All right, we have another item on
We need
suspension.
the vote to receive motion M25-416.
I'll move.
Second.
Vote to add.
I'll move. Oh, sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
6 yeas, no nays. I'll move to add to the agenda. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor?
Aye.
6 yeas, no nays.
We have motion M25-416 by Councilmember Green, tabulating the vote cast for and against the Lake Vista Crime Prevention District proposition in an election held on Saturday, May 3rd, 2025. Votes for, 257, votes against, 66, total votes 323, majority of votes for, 257.
So I move for adoption.
Second. Second by me. All in favor?
Aye.
6 yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
We have motion M25-418. We need the vote to receive a
I'll
community.
move. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. All in
Need the vote to
favor?
receive a communication to add to the agenda.
I'll move.
Jeruso.
Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor?
We need a vote to add to the agenda.
I will move. Second by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor?
Aye.
6 yeas, no nays. The communications add to the agenda.
Okay, we have a letter from Louisiana Resident Restaurant Association dated July 23rd, 2025. Honorable J.P. Morrell, at-large member, New Orleans City Council, City Hall, Room 2W50, 1300 Perdido Street, New Orleans, LA 70112. Subject, opposition to proposed rules governing temporary alcoholic beverage outlet permits. Dear Councilmember Morrell, on behalf of the Louisiana Restaurant Association, we want to express our opposition to the proposed rules issued by the Department of Safety and Permits on the issuance of temporary alcoholic beverage outlet permits. We ask that the council consider rejecting the proposed rules. They directly contradict the purpose of the ordinance passed by this council and were drafted without the input of any relevant stakeholders. The temporary ABO permit framework was proposed to address the significant delays faced by applicants because of the city's permitting process. This has routinely resulted in delaying the opening of new businesses in a predicted or prompt manner. The intent was to provide a streamlined, predictable path to provisional operation while the standard permit is being finished. Instead, the proposed rules has drafted a more burdensome than the requirements for the permanent ABO permit. These include unnecessary duplication of existing approvals and overly restrictive eligible criteria. As drafted, the rules are stringent and procedurally complex that they will discourage applicants altogether, effectively defeating the purpose of why the temporary permit was proposed. The LRA supports compliance in an effective, efficient permitting process. However, this rulemaking process, both in form and substance, does not reflect good governance or sound public policy. We are grateful you have introduced an ordinance rejecting the proposed rules and strongly urge the full council to support that effort. We still need to develop a temporary ABO permitting process, but not with onerous rules that would be more challenging than the regular license process. We look forward to being a part of development of the next interim for these rules. Honorable J.P. Morrell, thank you for your attention to this matter and your continued support of the hospitality industry. Stan Harris, President and Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you. The item has already been added to the agenda.
I'm sorry. We have we need to add,
I'll move.
vote to receive.
Can I get a second by Councilmember DeRusso? All in favor? Thank
Vote
you.
to add.
I'll move. Second by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. It's added.
We have Resolution R-25-418 by Councilmember Morrell, disapproving the regulations governing implementation of the issuance of temporary alcoholic beverage outlet permits as submitted by the Department of Safety and Permits to the council on June 12, 2025, in accordance with Section 2-1000 of the Code of the City of New Orleans.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we had previously required, we created a temporary ABO regulation and we had set it to safety and permits to create rules. Though I do have significant concerns with the way this was taken out insofar as there was not outreach to the restaurant or bar industry whatsoever. There was a very short 7-minute meeting in which these rules were approved. It left me with more questions than answers. In particular, the temporary ABO regulations are so stringent that it amounts to a rewrite of the law and not in a good way. An example, applicants cannot have a conviction for any motor vehicle or traffic violation in the past year. So a ticket for a burnt out headlight could disqualify you from getting a temporary ABO. The regulations also need greater specificity for both department and applicants to avoid unnecessary appeals, delays, and confusion. Example, there are no violations on the property. This must be defined. Is it an alleged violation, an open violation case, adjudicated violation? What types of violations and against who? This policy does not make it more user-friendly or transparent as to how this was supposed to work to fight the backlog of permitting in the Safety and Permits Office that is preventing many people from opening restaurants and bars, and we need to go back to the drawing board. So that is what this resolution does. It rejects. I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. The rules are rejected. First reads. Madam Clerk?
Ordinances on first readings? Sorry. Ordinances on
Do we-
first reading?
Do we need a motion to suspend the rules to go to them?
Sorry.
Apologize. Motions, I'll move, seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended to go to items on first read.
Okay. Ordinance on first readings. Ordinance number 35,170 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Desire Community Housing Corporation with a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing economic development and improving health outcomes and public safety in the Desire neighborhood through completion of construction on the Desire Square site, which will include space for a health clinic, pharmacy, grocery store, and nonprofit offices, as well as 30-year police substation lease on site, is more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and otherwise provided thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,171 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a hotel in an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district on the entirety of Square 151, the front portions of Lot 22 and 23, and the 7th Municipal District bounded by South Carrollton Avenue, Oak Street, Dublin Street, and Plum Street. The municipal address is 1200 South Carrollton Avenue, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto zoning docket number 2425. Ordinance calendar number 35,172 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit food processing in an RE Rural Residential Estate District on Parcel B, Stanton Plantation, Section 11, T13S, R25E, in the 5th Municipal District bounded by River Road, Patterson Drive, Willow Drive, Delacroix Road, and Stanton Road. The municipal address is 10801 River Road, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto zoning docket 2725. Ordinance calendar number 35,173 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a warehouse in an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district on Square 140, Lot 2 or 13, and Lot 14 in the 1st Municipal District bounded by Rattle Street, Constant Street, Magazine Street, and Thalia Street. The municipal addresses is 1018 through 1020 Arado Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto zoning docket number 2925. Ordinance calendar number 35,174 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to grant an amendment to ordinance number 29,159 MCS to permit an expansion of the planned development designation that is applied to the National World War II Museum to also include lots 1, 2, 3, and B on Square 137 in the 1st Municipal District bounded by Magazine Street, Constant Street, John Churchill Chase Street, and Poy Forest Street. The municipal addresses are 1042 through 1060 Magazine Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto zoning docket number 3025. Ordinance calendar number 35,175 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit the retail sale of packaged alcoholic beverages in a BIP Business Industrial Park and District on Lot B1, Section 42, T12S, R12E, in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Sheffield Highway, the L&N Railroad right-of-way, Old Gentilly Road, and Wilson Avenue. The municipal addresses are 8400 through 8436 Sheffield Highway, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto zoning docket number 2825. Ordinance calendar number 35,176 by Council Members Harris and Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, NORD, and Friends of Lafitte Corridor Incorporated, doing business as Lafitte Greenway Partnership, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of maximizing the Lafitte Greenway for public recreational use and enjoyment in the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,177 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to ordain Section 70-431 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to require city contractors to pay subcontractors or suppliers for undisputed amounts owed within 30 days of receipt of payment by the City of New Orleans and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,178 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into Amendment Number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans, the Heroes of New Orleans, relative to supporting education, health, and wellness as it relates to the city's children, youth, and families to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 2 years and 5 months as more fully set forth in the Amendment Number 1 form attached hereto as Exhibit A and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,179 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,735 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2024 to transfer funds to general funds to cover shortages incurred during fiscal year 2024 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,180 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,736 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2024 to transfer funds within general fund to various departments to cover shortages incurred during fiscal year 2024 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This concludes the ordinances on first reading.
We could vote to go into executive session. Second. You need one more. JP. We could vote to come back in from executive session? Not yet? Okay.
Man, come have a seat before the city council. Madam Clerk, the star is here.
We need to vote to come back out of executive session.
Where is the council president? Man, look, front and center. Hey, Dominique, I don't mind taking a look at the argument against some of those constitutional protections.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's worth it.
She know. I've been talking to her.
Okay, but let's do a checklist. So do we have to bring the meeting back? Or can we do this as an informational, or we got to bring it back? That's right, because we still have to adjourn, right? Yeah, we're in recess right now. All right. Well, can we do this? We can get this out the way unless other council members want to be present. The great Eric Cager, Cutting Edge Music Conference.
We can do it by motion, you don't have to report.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you need? Yeah, please read. Yeah, please read. Let's do that part of it, and then we can honor this brother.
First order of business presentation, Mr. Eric L. Cager, founder and director of Cutting Edge CEA Conference and Events. Recognizing Mr. Cager, producer of Cutting Edge CE conferences and events which gathers yearly in New Orleans during the month of August. Events include Cutting Edge Entertainment, Law Seminar, CE Music Business Sessions, New Work Artist Showcase, and the Root Gathering. He also is in adjunction instructor and consulting teaching at the Delgado Community College Music Industry Program. He co-produced the Delgado Music Festival and the Delgado Songwriting Contest.
Guys, first of all, Chairman Morrell, Councilmember Green, this is an opportunity, man. When you talk about music in New Orleans, and Eric, Mr. Cager, let me say this. Cutting Edge has been around a long time. The conference is going to be August 13th to the 16th. But when you talk about the explosion of music here in New Orleans, all the great rap groups, the individual talent that we have in this city, too often I think it's been forgotten that one of the foundations for music and it's in New Orleans music and its position in the world started with that first Cutting Edge conference. And too often your name isn't mentioned when you talk about the business of music here. How do our artists benefit? The uniqueness of the South. It wasn't the dirty South then, but it was the South and its position to the world of culture and music and entertainment here. And a lot of that started with Cutting Edge. And so for me, given the fact that our music is so hot and so many of our artists are doing well, I think too often we forget what you did as it relates to the business side, the entertainment side, and the teaching side of what happens on the other side of the music industry that in many cases our local talent and our artists don't benefit from. So to me, this was an opportunity to recognize you and acknowledge you. Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. So just wanted to really acknowledge you and also thank you for all you do for so many of the other artists as well. And so I'm glad that you could come before us today and congratulations.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here today. I appreciate the fact that we don't do enough to really celebrate the pioneers of different industries in the city of New Orleans, the work that you've done to lay the groundwork for some other groups that came behind you. And I really believe in trying to give flowers to people while they're here, and it's just a great opportunity to celebrate you. Appreciate you being here.
That's a great New Orleans term, isn't it?
It is.
Councilmember Green.
Definitely appreciate you being here, and of course, we go back 3+ decades to the Morial administration with the Economic Development Fund.
Oh, yes.
And I'm pleased that we were in a position, I'm pleased to have been in a position to help you with some of the early funding challenges that you had. Wasn't that a great fund, the Economic Development Fund, and we kind of got rid of it?
The fund that helped launch it.
Yes, I applaud the fact that we now as a council have a fund that kind of mirrors what some of the goals were. But I want fellow council members to know that we go way back. Councilman Thomas was on the council at the time, but the Economic Development Fund of the city actually funded some activities early on that were going to have a challenge getting sponsors and getting support from the private sector. And yours is an example, the Cutting Edge Business Conference is an example of the productive use of government support that has resulted in something that's such a positive for our city and that has grown so much. So I appreciate that, and I just appreciate the fact that you also responsibly used those funds when they were made available to you, and you were really committed to the community, and you promoted a very important segment of our community and the industry, and I thank you, and I welcome you here today.
Well, I would like to.
Eric, before you get started, then we're going to turn it over to you. I know you're in charge at the conference, but give us a moment. I think it really goes back to Councilman Morell's comments about giving your flowers while you're here. As I see all this talk about the music industry and its renaissance and resurgence and focusing on our local talent, he's absolutely correct. This is a chance to say one of the pioneers, especially from the business side, while you're here, while you're still able, while you're still doing your conference, this is our opportunity to recognize you and give you your flowers while you're here. Mr. Cajun.
Well, I'd like to thank you guys for saying great things, giving me my flowers. And I would like to also commend the city government and the city council of the city of New Orleans, because there are not a lot of cities that fund events. They do not see it the same way as we see it in New Orleans. And I've benefited from the fact that year in and year out, we've had city council members who have been interested in the music industry, supported the music industry, supported funds for different music industry and for different art groups. And I talk to people all over the country, and they ask me how I do it. And I just tell them, I said, our government has a different attitude towards it. You know, we have we've had the Economic Development Fund, we have the New Orleans Tourism Cultural Fund, we've had and I've tapped every fund there is, so I pretty much know.
Yes, you do.
I pretty much know where the money is, and I've always been grateful for that. I mean, I can remember when we first started I don't think you remember, coming into the office with Jim, and you was working with Jim, and telling him about this event. And he was like, somebody needs to do something for the music industry, so I'll go along with it. And for the most part, all of the city council went along with it. Councilman Russo, all of them. And I go to Houston, and I get involved in stuff in Houston. The Houston government does nothing. Memphis, all of these different places. And to start things, you have to incubate it, and you have to have it where things are being looked at in a different way from the government side. Because most places, the local industry is struggling trying to make it happen. So to get things started and to perpetuate it and to do the things that you said, and one of the things that we pride ourselves on is that we keep the cutting edge exactly what we say it was going to be. Education oriented, promoting the artists, promoting professionals' careers, and educating. That's it. That's what we do. So, and now we have people come in from all over the country, all over the world, and it's because of New Orleans. And you cannot create these things in a city that does not look upon music and art the way that New Orleans looks at music and art. So thank you guys.
No, thank you. And so this proclamation reads, whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food, festivals, and famous citizens, and foreign visitors, whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities, now therefore be it proclaimed that the city of New Orleans and the city council of New Orleans hereby recognizes Eric L. Cager, a leader in the music and entertainment industry in New Orleans. Your dedication and commitment reflect your talent, your hard work, and your perseverance. Your excellence in your field has truly set New Orleans apart. Signed by all of our council members. Thank you, Mr. Cager.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we can take pictures with you.
Yes.
Oh, and Mr. Cager, just so you know, there's also a New Orleans City Council Recreation and Culture Fund, and the application is open until August 1st, so that's another fund you need to come look at.
Oh, well, let me tell you. Look,
Councilman Green moves we adjourn. No objection, we're adjourned. Thank you.